main participants here at the moment. So I'll say good morning and welcome to you all, and welcome to this virtual inquiry meeting, the purpose of which is to examine the objection to the Scottish Water Forest Wastewater Treatment Works Expansion Compulsory Purchase Order 2020, and the inquiry is now opened. My name's Martin Seddon. I'm a reporter with the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division. I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to consider the order and the objection made to it, to hold a public inquiry and to write a report for them. I'll be making findings of fact and making a recommendation as to whether the order should be refused, confirmed or confirmed with modifications by Scottish ministers. A few things I'd like to say about today's meeting. Firstly, I'm sorry that we could not hold this inquiry in person because of the continuing COVID pandemic. I trust any parties sharing officers who attend will comply with current Scottish Government guidelines and observe social distancing. Hopefully the technology will see us through the inquiry process, but if anybody experiences difficulties, Graham from the IT team will be available to assist. And please don't hesitate if you're having problems. We can always pause and sort the problem out. So I know how difficult it can be, as we've seen already. The meeting's being broadcast live to the DPA website, and a video record of the meeting will be retained on the website until ministers have taken a decision on this matter. In addition, by taking part in this virtual meeting, you're consenting to it being filmed and to the use and storage of those images and sound recordings and any information pertaining to them for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. Could you please keep your videos on when speaking? If you're not participating, probably best to turn them off. You might find it useful to have these screens on gallery view. If you need to attract my attention, put your video on and please wave so I can see that you wish to speak. A pre-examination meeting was held on the 15th of September and note of that meeting was circulated. Since that meeting, Altara Estates withdrew their objection to the compulsory purchase order. Start at 10 each day and to finish no later than 4:30 to 5 p.m. I propose that we break for an hour for lunch at around 1 p.m. and take short breaks in the mornings and afternoons whenever it's convenient. If anyone feels the need to pause at any time, please let me know and I'll be to do that. I thank Scottish Water for the video showing the water treatment works, access points and immediate surroundings. I may need to make an unaccompanied site visit after the inquiry, but that may not be necessary given the details that have already been provided. Linters have finalised a list of inquiry core documents, which I'm grateful. These documents are all available on DPA website under reference CPO-300-2. The inquiry will follow normal procedures as set out in my note. Recognitions may be taken as read so that the main issues can be addressed. Closing submissions may be made in writing, and we can determine the timing for those before the conclusion of the inquiry. Finally, as mentioned at the pre-examination meeting, the matter of compensation is not before me in this inquiry. So has anybody got any questions on procedures at this stage at all? No, good, thank you. Could I please ask parties taking part today to introduce themselves and their witnesses, starting with Scottish Water, Mr. O'Carroll.
Good morning, sir. My name is Maurice O'Carroll. I'm an advocate at the Scottish Bar, and I'm going to be presenting the case on behalf of Scottish Water. And you'll see that I have my first witness present, Mr. Graham John Drummond.
Thank you. And Church of Scotland trustees, Mr. De Paula.
Good morning, sir. My name is David De Paula, and I appear on behalf of the Church of Scotland, the Church of Scotland General Trustees. We are proposing to lead two witnesses, Mr. Athol Newlands and Mr. Alan Farningham. Perhaps at this point, sir, I could bring to your attention, Mr. Farningham has been in touch with me today to advise that he had his COVID booster jab yesterday, his flu vaccine, and is not feeling terribly well. And he has indicated to me that if preferable, his evidence could be heard tomorrow. I would hope that wouldn't particularly cause too many difficulties, and I think he probably would perhaps fall to be our last witness in any event, but I just thought it prudent to bring it to the inquiry's attention at this stage.
Yes, thank you. I think that would be acceptable. Mr. O'Carroll, do you agree with that? That Mr. Farningham speak?
He probably wouldn't have been on until tomorrow anyway, so that's all right.
Okay, thank you. So that if you want to let Mr. Farningham know, that's fine. So, all that being done, Mr. O'Carroll, would you like to start proceedings with evidence in chief?
Yes, thank you, sir. Now, given that the statements have been taken as read, I wouldn't propose to lead any evidence in chief from Mr. Drummond. So if I could just simply start by just going over a couple of technical matters, however. Good morning, Mr. Drummond. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, morning.
Good morning. Mr. Drummond, you've produced a recognition for the inquiry, and do you have that in front of you?
I do, yes, yeah.
Now, as you've heard now more than once, this is to be taken as read, and this stands as your evidence in chief. So basically, I'm not going to be asking you the questions to bring out what you've written down because it's taken as read. I think, though, it might be helpful if we could just go to the second page of your recognition, please.
Yep.
Just to fill in a few blanks, purely as a technical measure. And you'll see that page 2, you've got scope of evidence, and then under that, you've got key documents.
Yes.
So I wonder if it just might be helpful for the reporter if we just go through and put in the blanks, fill in the blanks where you didn't have the document to hand when you wrote the recognition. If we could just do that now, please.
So,
if I were right thinking that the intervention report is actually document 55.
right. Okay, I don't have that in front of me, I'm afraid. But if that's what it is, I'm assuming that is what it is. That would be the document that was submitted.
Yeah, we're given that document 55, and also then it follows sequentially because they all came in together. So we'll go through very briefly. The CEPA discharge consent, Mr. Drummond, is document 56, and the Forest Wastewater Treatment Works Performance History Report is now document 57.
Yes.
And then I could go through your report and identify where those references occur, but I think given that you name them all as you go along, probably that isn't necessary. So now that we've established that, I have no further questions at this stage, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. De Paula.
Sorry, sir, just before Mr. De Paula starts, I have found it very helpful in other inquiries, and of course I would reciprocate with this, that if we were to have a list of the documents that Mr. De Paula might refer to in advance of his cross, that way I could have the documents at the ready, and it saves us all scrabbling around as and when they're referred to. I wonder if that might be done.
Yes, I think that would be very useful if Mr. De Paula could do that, please.
Yes, sir, that shouldn't be a problem at all. From our point of view, our cross-examination, I don't have any cross-examination for this particular witness. It's really for the other witnesses that I've got cross-examination for. So if Mr. O'Carroll isn't intending in leaving anything further from this witness, I'm happy to move on.
Okay, thank you. One or two questions for Mr. Drummond. Wastewater from the plant, did that discharge to the Mossett burn?
I'm not that familiar with it. It's not on my doorstep, as it were, so I couldn't say specifically, but it'll be in the consent. The CEPA consent states where it discharges to.
Okay, I can check that. you know much about what the wastewater treatment plant serves in terms of area? Is it, whether it's other settlements other than forests?
My understanding is it's pretty much the catchment of Forest, the town itself.
Yeah. And the works are being carried out, will they allow further development of the forest area? Is it increasing capacity?
So the current project we have is a capital maintenance project, and what that means is we want to return the plant back to its day one capability. So it's not specifically for growth. However, there is a growth demand which is imminent, and that will be coming, and that will be coming as a follow-on project beyond this one.
Thanks for that information. Okay. Do you know much about tanker movements with the sludge tankers per day or per week?
So ideally, we would like to have a tanker going in every day. I think at this moment in time, we're approximately 4 times a week, so maybe every other day.
Yeah. And has that been restricted up to now?
Yes, it's restricted due to the level crossing issue.
So how many times a week have we been able to put a tanker through?
So we are currently going in once every second day, approximately 4 times a week, but ideally every day.
Yeah, I see what you mean. So ideally be 7 days a week, would it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Presumably the sludge is going out, what, to agricultural use, things like that, is it by time?
So the sludge goes away, and it can go to any number of uses. One, you know, can be used for biofuel, etc., or it can go to agricultural use, or it can go to landfill.
Yeah. Right. Not any more questions, Mr. Drummond. Thanks very much for your
Okay.
evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, Mr. Powell, you right?
I think now it comes back to me.
Sorry, I put that wrong. It's Mr.
Come
Carroll.
for
Would you like to come back?
re-examination.
Yeah, sorry.
There's nothing that arises that I need to clarify by way of re-examination. Mr. Drummond was there to essentially to answer any questions you had, sir. So thank you for that. I would then, since there are no more questions for Mr. Drummond, I would then be moving on to my next witness. I hadn't anticipated getting to my next witness, Mr. Kevin Robert Williamson, quite so soon. So, and I suspect very strongly that those instructing me will require a moment to contact him to make him available for him to come online. So with that in mind, I wonder if we could then just have a 15-minute break now so that could be done. And if there's any difficulties with getting hold of him, I will let Mr. Mason know. And I will communicate that to you, sir, if that's acceptable.
Okay. Yeah, shall we adjourn then and back at 10:30? I think it gives you around 15 minutes or so.
Thank you very much, sir.
That's fine. Thank you. Sorry, can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir.
Right.
Yes,
Yeah.
I can hear you.
You got my
Yeah.
message. You just got my
Yeah.
message, I take it.
I've just got your message, Mr. O'Carroll. And your other witness can't be available either, presumably. Sorry, could you hear me?
I can hear you. I will check that also.
Sorry. Yeah. Would you like some more time to do that?
Yes, please.
So say another 15 minutes, and we'll come back again at 11:45 then.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay, thanks very much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Kevin. Can you hear me okay? This is Graham Mason from the IT department at DPA.
Yes, I can hear you fine. Yep.
Yep, and I can hear you fine. That's fine. I think we're on a break till 11:45.
Okay. All right. I just got a phone call to join.
I think they were trying to get you.
Ah, okay.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. So we'll just wait till 11:15, is it?
Yeah, 11:15.
Okay.
That should be you. All right.
Kevin, can you hear me? Kevin?
Hello.
Hello, 10:45. Mr. O'Carroll, are you there?
I'm here, sir. I'm
Yeah.
happy to report that, that Mr. Williamson has been located and he's now currently logged on.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. We'll reopen the inquiry then, and if you'd like to introduce Mr. Williamson.
Now, Mr. Williamson, I can't see you. If you could start your video, please.
Struggling to get my camera to start. I've not familiar with WebEx. Can anyone maybe explain to me how to start my show my camera?
You should just have a button along the bottom, like beside your mute button.
Yeah, there's a
Start
mute.
video.
Yeah, it says start video.
If you just click that, it should start your video.
That's what I did, but it says another application is using my camera. What could be this other application that's using my camera?
I mean, you were on earlier on. I could see earlier on, then your video switched off. So unless you've clicked on something at your end, anything at your end will be using it.
Kevin, do you have Teams open? Is it worth closing down Teams?
Try that and see. I think that's it now, is it?
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I'll start with your permission.
Yes, that's fine.
Is your full name Kevin Robert Williamson?
Yes, that's correct.
And you produced a brief recognition for the purposes of this inquiry, and it runs 2 pages and 13 paragraphs. Can you confirm that for me, please?
Yeah, that is correct.
And you've signed and dated it for us as well.
That's correct.
Now, I would just like to ask you, if I might, sir. I have something that's cropped up since Mr. Williamson wrote his recognition. So I think if it's all right with you, I'd like to ask him 1 or 2 very brief supplementary questions.
That's fine.
Now, since you wrote your recognition and after all of the documents for the inquiry were lodged, I understand that there was a query that came from Mr. Farningham on behalf of Church of Scotland with regard to the construction standards that were going to be applied to the bridge, which is at the southwest of the acquisition site. I wonder if you could tell the reporter, please, what standards have been applied in the construction of the bridge, and while we're at it, the whole road, and indeed the whole and entire access going to the wastewater choice. More information on that, please.
Yeah, okay then. Your kind of question broke up a bit there, but I caught the start of it. So the actual access junction of the Invererne road to the bridge, it's been designed to the Eurocodes and to the specification for highways works. So it's a high spec, and if required, local authorities could adopt the road to it is designed and it will be constructed to an adoptable standard. From the actual bridge itself all the way to the works, it's just a sub-base road. It's an unbound road which is suitable for Arctics, but that is not of a suitable construction that could be adopted. But the road could be upgraded in the future if required to an adoptable standard.
What is the loading standard that's been applied to the bridge and to the road?
Well, the Eurocodes, we've used the most onerous loadings required in designing the bridge. It's suitable for taking the 30 cubic metre articulated lorry into the Scottish Waterworks. That's the only sort of specification that we were given from Scottish Water to design it to.
Just to be clear, that that's describing what you've just described in relation to the bridge. Another part of the access which was used as an unbound road. Could you describe to us exactly which part you're referring to there, please?
The unbound section is from the bridge to the east, all the way to the works.
And lastly, you're the engineer with overall oversight for the engineering in relation to this proposal.
Yes.
Would I be right in understanding that you would work with something known as an LBE, which stands for latest best estimate cost, capital cost project?
That's correct. Sorry, did you ask? You broke up there. Could you please repeat the question?
Sorry. LBE, can you tell us what that is?
The LBE is the latest best estimate, and that currently stands at 7.5 million for the project overall. That includes all the upgrading of the sewage treatment works and the access road and the bridge.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions
Thank you.
that are arising at this stage.
Mr. De Paula, have you any questions? Oh, sorry, we can't hear you.
Yes, sir. I don't know if you received a message I sent you. Just wondering if I could possibly have an extra 5 minutes just to check a position with my client. I wonder if that would be possible. If we could maybe have a very short adjournment, just so I can check something prior to speaking to this witness.
I'm fine with that. So, okay with you, Mr. O'Carroll? Yes. So we'll just a 5-minute adjournment again then, while you contact your colleagues.
I'm obliged, sir.
Okay. So that's 11 o'clock. Say back at 11 o'clock. Right, it's 11 o'clock, so we'll reopen. Mr. Di Paolo?
Yes, sir. I have a question to put to witness Mr. Williamson.
Yeah. Hey, you'd like to go ahead?
I'd like to ask Mr. Williamson, the issue in a letter written by your agents Lindsay's of 5th March 2021. There's a suggestion that the nature and the length of the vehicles which can safely navigate the level crossing will require to be limited following Scottish Water's works.
Sir, can I just ask Mr. Di Paolo to pause there, please? My apologies.
Okay.
I mentioned a short while ago that it would be helpful if we could know which documents, inquiry documents, are going to be referred to at the start of the cross.
Yeah.
Mr. Di Paolo agreed with that. He has now started by referring to a letter and a date, and I'm not sure if it's an inquiry production, but if it is, could I please have the inquiry production so that we can follow the document, please?
Do you have that, Mr. Di Paolo?
I will just double check, sir. One moment, please.
Thank you.
Sir, I'm unable to locate the document. I wonder if I might change my line of questioning for the time being, put a further question to this witness, and perhaps come back to that question in due course if need be.
Yes, obviously we prefer the reference, but if you'd like to go to your second question.
Mr. Williamson, you'll be aware that one of the concerns of the Church of Scotland General Trustees is about the maintenance and repair of the bridge being on a proportionate user basis. Would you accept that there is a risk to the Church of Scotland General Trustees that their costs could be significantly greater than they are at present if the Scottish Water proposal is accepted?
Probably difficult for me to comment on that one because my role in the project as the alliance partner is just to construct what Scottish Water have requested. Probably that question might be better put towards Scottish Water, I would have thought.
Okay. Any more questions, Mr. Di Paolo?
I don't think I have any further questions at the time, sir.
A quick check on my documents list, see if I can find that document. Was it, Mr. Powell, was it a letter of response to the objection from Lindsay's behalf of Scottish Water?
Let me just, sorry, sir. It's just with the just getting everything on the screen. Yes, it's a letter from Lindsay's dated 5th March 2021. I'll see if I can.
I've got number 34 next to that.
Yes, yeah, sorry, yes, it's just trying to get all my screens up at the same time. Yes.
Yeah.
And if that can be put before the inquiry, or in reference to that letter, sir, there is on page 3 a suggestion that the nature and length of the vehicles which can safely navigate the level crossing will require to be limited following Scottish Water's works. I wonder if I can ask this witness if he therefore accepts that that will be a restriction of access in terms of the road.
Yep, that's Mr. Wilson.
Yes, I'm just having a think about that question. My first thoughts are that there won't be a restriction because the existing, the level crossing that you refer to, if I'm right, is the one that's going to be slightly to the west of the bridge, and you will still be able to cross, use that level crossing and gain access onto the proposed road in question. With articulated vehicles.
Anything further, Mr. Di Paolo?
No further questions, sir.
Mr. Carney, do you want to say something, or otherwise I've got a few questions again.
I have no further
Yes,
questions.
Yes, sir. I will wait till you finish your questions before I determine whether I've got any re-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, going back to the bridge, would that allow single traffic, or would it be sort of double width, so vehicles could pass each other on the bridge?
It's just single width bridge.
Single width, yeah.
There is a lay-by. There is a lay-by to the west, which articulated lorries or any vehicles leaving the works, that would allow vehicles to pass on the bridge to the west of the bridge.
Right. Thank you. Right. I wonder what stage the work programme is at in terms of improving the water treatment works.
Our current completion date is for the beginning of June 2022.
And is the fact that you're having to use the temporary access of level crossing delaying work at all?
It's not at the moment, no.
No, anything else sort of delaying work particularly?
The only problem we've had throughout is delays with Network Rail. We have had a 7-month delay at the start of the project, just to agreeing our construction methodologies on the site.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So at the end of June, by the end of June, then really is only the new access road to bridge to be put in place.
That is correct. Yes.
You mentioned 2 or 3 incidents of near misses near the respectively current temporary level crossing. Can you say a little bit more of those about that and what sort of circumstances tend to arise?
It's deliveries coming to and from the site. Obviously, delivery drivers coming to the site can be, what should I say? It's not the same driver every time. They're new, and despite us sending them out the procedure for opening the gate, they sometimes fail to do so. And Christie's Elite actually have a CCTV camera on the crossing, so I've got video footage of near misses that's been sent to me. They usually occur with a lorry driver opening the gates, going back into their cab, where you're meant to check if the lights are green, but they have failed to do so and crossed on a red light, and they've managed to get through the other side, and the train just passes with a near miss.
Yeah,
there have been a couple of occasions with gates being left open, lorry drivers forgetting to close the gates behind them.
Okay. Is this sort of the concern for your tanker drivers on the Scottish Water ones?
Yes, it is, yes.
Yeah. And has the line become busier since it's been dualled in terms of trains? frequency?
Yeah, I'm unaware of that because since we've started on site in July last year, the dueling was completed prior to that. So there has always been the same number of trains while we've been working on site.
Yeah. I think that's all the questions I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Mr. O'Carroll.
I have no re-examination, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, so Carol finish. So situation now, Mr. O'Carroll, is how are we fixed for your next witness?
Well, having been chastened by being caught short before, we made absolutely sure we had our next witness available, which he now is. Mr. Wilson is available, ready to go.
Oh, good. Excellent. Right, you'd like to start examination, Chief, then? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williamson.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Wilson, good morning. Can you hear me all right, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, I can hear you fine, Mr. O'Carroll. Good morning, sir. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Would it be possible for you to increase the volume of your microphone, if that's possible? If not, I will manage.
I've put it up
That's
to the
great.
maximum. Is that better?
That's very much the maximum. Thank you. I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much. Now, said good morning. I rather thought it was going to be good afternoon with you and I, but things have moved apace. Now, can I just confirm that you have your precognition in front of you, Mr. Wilson?
I do.
And page 2 of your precognition, we've already dealt with this with our first witness with regard to the document number. Just very briefly, if I go to page 2 of that under key documents, in case you're asked about this in the course of any questioning, the intervention report should be document 55. Do you see that there? We'll just mark
Yes.
on your own one, and then we'll note to, whenever you refer to the intervention report, we'll note that you mean document 55.
Noted.
Sir, with your permission, I have 1 or 2 supplementary questions which are warranted because Mr. Newland's precognition came in after the deadline for all the other precognitions, and so I wonder if I could just briefly ask 1 or 2 supplementary questions around that.
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. So, Mr. Wilson, as you'll have just heard me describe, the precognition we got from Mr. Athol Newlands, with whom I understand you've been in correspondence with for a number of years now, it came in after you had submitted your own precognition. It came in afterwards, and so to that event, in that event, then I would just like to ask you your comment upon it. Obviously, I don't want to take up time with the entire matter, but I wonder if it might be helpful for you to give your own take on something that was said at page 2 of that, and provide us with your own recollection with regard to negotiations that took place between you and Mr. Newlands.
Certainly.
So if you could please have Mr. Newland's precognition in front of you.
Yes.
So you'll see on the first page he's got an introduction, and then he starts at number 4 of the introduction, but I think it's meant to be number 1. Then it gets right again, goes down to background, and then over the page at 2, we have, going from 1 into 2, we have a paragraph that ends with, sorry, we have the last sentence then at the first top paragraph of page 2 starting in response. And in response to this, within the revised heads of terms attached to Mr. Russell's email of 8 February 2018, this was confirmed as being acceptable. Now, before I read on, can you explain who Mr. Russell is, please?
Mr. Russell is a partner with Savills, and Savills are Scottish Water's framework land agents. and we had engaged Savills to deal with the land negotiations with the landowners at the outset of the project.
Thank you. So he then goes on, and this was confirmed as being acceptable, subject to maintenance on a proportionate user basis, and you'll already have heard that term being discussed this morning. That notwithstanding this, that offer was subsequently withdrawn by Mr. Russell's response of 16th March. Now, I think you are familiar enough with negotiations that has been going on since 2018 and before that, and I wonder if I could just ask you to provide the reporter with your own comment on that if you'd wish to.
Yes, certainly. Sir, what I recall of the situation was we had engaged Savills to undertake the negotiations with the various parties from towards the end of 2016. And in January 2017, when Scottish Water and Network Rail were liaising together and it became clear that Scottish Water had a decision to make regarding its access, the previous Bogton level crossing and the closure of that. That was when the decision was made by Scottish Water to pursue the purchase of the strips of ground. What I recall was Savills then sought to negotiate that purchase with the Church of Scotland through their agent, Mr. Newlands. And I think throughout 2017, as I understand it, the Church of Scotland were maintaining a position that they really did not want to sell the lands. They felt that Scottish Water should just take a servitude right of access. So what I recall at the start of 2018 was that there, after much chasing, I think, by Mr. Russell of Savills, there was a response in January 2018 from Mr. Newlands, again reiterating that they really didn't want to sell. And there was a response, a track changes response to a set of heads of terms that Savills had presented, I believe, in September of 2017. And Mr. Russell contacted me on receipt of the response from Mr. Newlands, and we discussed it together. And I have email correspondence which is between myself and Mr. Russell confirming Scottish Water's instructions at the time were to reiterate that we were prepared to grant the Church of Scotland rights of access over the new junction, bridge and track for existing use purposes, being agricultural use, but we could not extend that to the full unrestricted rights of access that were being requested. And the instructions were for Mr. Russell to convey that back to Mr. Newlands. To be honest, I cannot explain why Mr. Russell then, in the heads of terms, indicated that the counter terms that Mr. Newlands had placed in the heads of terms, the comments about unrestricted access, were acceptable, because that was not Scottish Water's instructions at the time. Mr. Russell was then on leave for most of, for a couple of weeks, I think, the latter half of February 2018. I picked up with him again at the start of March 2018, and he said again he was still awaiting a response from Mr. Newlands. And then I recall that response came in, which will be the reference to 16th March in the document, 16th March 2018, the document that we're referring to. And when that response came in, that was when I saw the comment that Mr. Russell had put in about the terms being acceptable. And as soon as I saw that, I immediately corrected that, pointed out the mistake to Mr. Russell, and he immediately that same day contacted Mr. Newlands, correcting that error in the heads of terms.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Just bear with me. Thank you very much for clarifying that. So I have no further questions at this stage, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Powler. Any questions?
Yes, sir. I have a couple of questions I'd like to put to the witness, Mr. Wilson, if I may. Mr. Wilson, good morning. You'll obviously be aware that the Church of Scotland's primary position here is that the order sought by Scottish Water goes significantly beyond what is required. And their position is that a deed of servitude would be sufficient rather than an actual acquisition of the land. I have a number of points I would like to put to you, and I would welcome any comment you might be able to make on these. One of the points that is of concern to the Church of Scotland is that if the current order as sought by Scottish Water is granted, that a strip of land in third-party ownership will be created between the Church of Scotland General Trustees' remaining land, and that their sole access will be currently restricted. Do you have any comment you can make on that?
Certainly, Mr. De Paula. Obviously, we have a difference of opinion in that respect. My view is that the Church of Scotland's land is already burdened by strips of land between themselves and the public carriageway. At the moment, I understand their access is across Network Rail's railway via a gated crossing, a very simple gated crossing without lights. And then they are crossing an area of ground which appears to be, well, I think there's a pathway, Councillor's Walk, and then there's further verge before the E96 trunk road. So there are constraints, in my view, existing for the Church of Scotland in terms of access. When Scottish Water would purchase this strip, and in seeking the request to purchase the strip, we have offered that the Church of Scotland would continue to retain over its distinct strip that Scottish Water is seeking to purchase the rights to lay services and to put in a road infrastructure if they so require. But our view has been that the Church of Scotland lands are already landlocked effectively. There are two different neighbouring land ownerships on either side of their lands. To the north, they're bounded by another ownership and the Burn of Mossett, and to the south by Network Rail's track. So what Scottish Water has sought to do in this is to ensure the Church of Scotland are left in no worse position, and indeed seeking, as well as leaving them with equivalent rights of access across the gated level crossing that they enjoy at the moment, to actually give them an added benefit of being able to use Scottish Water's new access junction from Waterford Road, Invererne Road, the new bridge and the new track without cost contribution. And we consider that is a fair offer, and we consider acquiring all the lands is necessary in the context of this is the length of track involves us crossing 4 different ownerships, which is very complicated. It's a large investment that Scottish Water is making in the water treatment works, the wastewater treatment works. We realised at the outset that it was likely, and it was desirable, that the parties who we were treating with, being the Church of Scotland, Christie Elite, the Moray Council, would actually be able to share some benefit from this access track, and that the way that we could then fairly ensure that all these parties could each receive a benefit was if Scottish Water acquired the ownership of the solum of the track and then was able to grant back reasonable rights of access to the parties, and to ensure that no party got an unfair benefit from that deal. The situation as we see it is that the Church of Scotland, if our scheme was not in place, would require to negotiate with the council. It would require to negotiate with the owner of the Burn of Mosset to get a crossing to the public road at the moment if they wish to do. Whereas Scottish Water's scheme is providing them with this benefit of access into their lands, which does not exist at present.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Another further question, if I may. Another concern that's obviously been raised by the Church of Scotland General Trustees is that their use of the current level crossing may be lost through pressure to close this following construction of the proposed track, and that this could result in a loss of servitude rights for the Church of Scotland. Do you have any comments you can make in relation to that point?
That's obviously something that is out with the control of Scottish Water. That is for your client to maintain their rights of access across the crossing. It's not for Scottish Water to have to seek to preserve that. That should be something that your client is seeking to preserve themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. And a further question. An access track used by third parties will require to be crossed to access the Church of Scotland General Trustees property from the level crossing, resulting in potential user conflict and safety issues. Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
There would be care required in, obviously, crossing. I think that care would be normal care in going across any level crossing. The user should obviously be not only making sure that the train track is clear, but that their exit on the other side is clear for them to safely navigate across the crossing. So I would feel that any additional burden is very marginal, if there is additional burden at all, because the principle of how you would cross a crossing remains the same.
And one final question, Mr. Wilson, regarding maintenance contributions towards the bridge and access. One of the concerns of the Church of Scotland General Trustees is that the maintenance contributions towards the bridge and access track are likely to be substantially greater than they are currently. Is that a statement you would agree or disagree with?
By the very fact that the new track will exist, then obviously that's something new, and that's an offer that Scottish Water has made. The Church of Scotland does not have to accept that offer to use the track. That offer has been made as an additional part of the negotiation. But we would welcome the Church of Scotland do use it. We want them to share with the benefit. But we would also consider, and this goes back to the point of existing agricultural use, that given the size of the Church of Scotland's field and the nature of the existing use agricultural vehicle movements at the moment, it's going to be a very minor proportionate share in terms of Scottish Water being the biggest user and the heaviest user of the new access track and bridge, with its tankers, with its frequency of movements. When all that's compared in relation to what the Church of Scotland's burden might be if they use it, if they choose to use it, then if they choose to use it, their maintenance liability, I would have thought, would be proportionately very small.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I don't have any further questions for you at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Paola. One or two questions again. Mr. Wilson. Sorry, Mr. Wilson.
No problem, sir.
Yeah. In terms of access options, it seems to me that without the sort of temporary nursery access, there's no way of reaching the site unless you reopen the bottom level crossing. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir. Yes. I suppose the only other alternative, but I am sure it would not be acceptable to Network Rail, would be seeking to cross the gated level crossing adjacent to the Church of Scotland lands. But there's only that level crossing to the west side of the wastewater treatment works, and then Christie Elite's nursery level crossing to the east. Network Rail made it very clear to us that even though the nursery level crossing at Christie Elite to the east has been upgraded to a degree by them in their recent dualling project, they're only comfortable for Scottish Water to be using it with their tanker crossings on a short-term basis. And I would have to be reminded, sorry sir, of the document number, but I believe within the evidence there is a letter from Network Rail confirming their position in respect of the temporary duration for Scottish Water to use the better, so to speak, nursery level crossing as a temporary access in the interim.
Yeah. Does that crossing and use of it impact on Christie Elite's operations at all?
It does, yes. They would not. They would rather prefer and will, and that's the nature of our agreement with them, that in the longer term they do not have tanker access coming down the side of their office, coming down the side of their workshop on a very frequent basis. The health and safety arrangements that were put in place included us putting temporary barriers to basically protect their staff who would be working around their workshop area from the increased vehicle movements. And those, I believe, have worked well, but they are something that still the risk is there to their staff who are working around their workshop area and navigating around their site from potential incidents if there was a meeting of their vehicles or their staff with equipment and Scottish Water vehicle traffic movements.
Thank you. Originally, I think you looked at an initial route to the north, but that had problems with overhead lines. Can you say a little bit more about that? Why that was not viable?
Yes, it goes back to so Scottish Water, I believe, long before my time, back in 2003, had obtained planning permission for a new route to avoid having to cross the railway. And that route comes in further north on Invererne Road. It first of all goes through a field, part of the way through a field. Then there would be a bridge crossing the burn of Mosset to the north of the Church of Scotland's land, into the Church of Scotland's land, along the northmost boundary of the Church of Scotland land, and then it would have carried through into the northmost edges of Christie Elite's land, bounding the burn of Mosset, to then cross right through the middle of Christie Elite's field down to the wastewater treatment works. And that, at the outset of the project, was indeed what Scottish Water were seeking to pick back up on. Because that had been approved in the past, the assumption in 2015 was that was the route to commence with again. And that route was necessary at the time because where Scottish Water is now proposing a junction was where Network Rail had their main railway level crossing, and that was a barrier, automated barrier controlled level crossing at Mossett Road. So that's immediately to the south of the Altyre estate lands, that's referred to in this inquiry. So it simply was not possible to take the route that we are now pursuing at the time that the project was initiated, because at that point, Network Rail had not progressed their project with the dualling, the upgrade, and the building of the new road bridge that they built to the west side of their railway station. So Scottish Water, at the outset, through Kevin Williamson, who you've just heard, Kevin initially looked at that. And one of the challenges that was very obvious at the outset of that was the fact that there are two sets of overhead power lines that traverse from a substation next to the distillery. They cross Invererne Road, they then cross through the northmost parts of, I think, both Moray Council and the Church of Scotland lands. And they would have caused a health and safety issue in terms of being able to construct the bridge and then navigate tankers along that route. So there was a solution to that, which was obviously that the lines could potentially be diverted or buried. I believe Mr. Williamson has he estimated that the cost in that regard would have been slightly over £250,000. But whilst that was happening, it was at that point that Network Rail came forward and started the discussions with Scottish Water. And it was at that point that we'd learned that Network Rail were seeking to close the Mossett Road automated barrier level crossing to stop up the junction, well, what we're now calling our junction area, the Altyre estate lands, and that they were putting in the Hall Road along the south side of the Council, Church of Scotland and Christie Elite lands, right to the edge of, and indeed to both sides, sir, of the wastewater treatment works. And they imported, obviously, gravel to create their Hall Road. And it was just one of those obvious things that when there was a junction becoming available and there was a Hall Road that was laid, that really for everybody, it was considered, including, we would suggest, the Church of Scotland, that this access route was far preferable to the originally proposed access route and just simply made far more sense to everybody.
Okay. And the previous route crossed fields. Correct. So are you saying that the current route, it would be preferable from the point of view of not so disrupting land?
That's my view, sir. Yes, because it's for the Church of Scotland, the previous route would have been on their northern periphery. This proposed route is on the southern periphery of their field. So for the Church of Scotland, both were peripheral. For the other, particularly Christie Elite, that would have created an access that was crossing right through the middle of their ownership. So that would have been less preferable.
Thank you. Notes. I think you raised a question of sort of unfair benefit, and presumably any of the other landowners have not got any rights at all, such as the rights that the Church of Scotland are seeking for use of the bridge.
Yes, that's my understanding, sir. What we understand is that the Christie Elite can only access their fields, which are to the north of the railway and surrounding the wastewater treatment works, via the nursery level crossing.
Mm.
We believe the Church of Scotland can only access their lands via the gated level crossing that is to the west of the wastewater treatment works.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I'm not sure what the situation is then in terms of the Moray Council ground, whether they are also, whether they have a servitude right over Church of Scotland's ground to actually use that gated level crossing as well. It may be that they are even more landlocked. The situation in practice is different, though, because Christie Elite are the tenant of the Church of Scotland's land and the Moray Council land. So Christie Elite in normal day-to-day operations, I believe, are probably coming over the nursery level crossing in the main and using the benefit of their land ownership to access the Church of Scotland lands, which in the absence of the Church of Scotland having Christie Elite as a tenant would not exist.
Okay. And the Moray Council land would be, is that the first sort of plot of land as you would go over the new bridge on the left-hand side?
That's correct, sir.
Thank you. So I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you very much. Mr. Carroll.
Thank you. I think just to perhaps make things absolutely clear with regard to what the reporter was asking you about, could you go to document 55, please? That's the intervention agreement report we discussed at the top of your evidence, Mr. Wilson.
Certainly, I'm just looking that up. Yes, have that, Mr. O'Carroll.
And if you go to page 72 of that document,
Sorry, bear with me a minute.
yeah, I know I've got a hard copy. I know I've been through the electronic copy. It's a lot slower to do it that way.
Yes,
Mr.
seems to be taking longer to load and throwing up all sorts of different page numbers.
And there's quite a few photographs in there as well.
While it's loading, could I have the reference again, please? Was it
of course, sir. It's document 55.
55, thanks.
And page 72. And in particular, I'm going to be looking at figure 15.1. It's really in relation to the questions you were asking, sir, and I think it just makes it absolutely clear what we were talking about at the time.
Yeah.
Yes, I now have that page before me, Mr. O'Carroll.
Thank you. Do you have that, sir?
I'm just having trouble finding that document, actually. It's out of sequence in my list, unfortunately. What's the title of the document, Mr. Carroll?
It is the intervention agreement report, and that's the document that's mentioned at the top of the recognitions of all of the
thank you.
water witnesses.
Yeah, so if you proceed anyway, and I'll make a note of that.
Well, if you could just make a note then, sir, it's really just to illustrate what it was you were asking about. And what we see from that document is there's a photograph there, and we see there's what appears to be a red dotted line. And is this perhaps illustrative of what you were discussing with the reporter a moment ago, Mr. Wilson?
That's correct, Mr. O'Carroll.
So as I understood it, you were describing that there was a superseded idea, which was going to involve an access at the north of the acquisition site.
That's correct.
And that's what we see there. And that's the illustration of what you were discussing with the reporter.
Yes, correct.
Conversely, then, I wonder if, just to make things absolutely clear and the contrast clear, if we could then also possibly now look at production 15.1, which is a late production. And I noticed, sir, in fact, I've got the DPA website open in front of me now. It's the second document within their website. And so it's splodge slate, but it's very easily accessible. It's 15.1, which is the access plan that was associated with the planning application, which has been granted to Scottish Water for this proposed access. Do you have that with you, Mr. Wilson?
I do.
And can I ask, sir, if you have that?
Just bear with me a second. I do have a hard copy of that as well. Yeah. Yes, I've got that. Yes, I've got that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I've now got that on my screen. I find, Mr. Wilson, it's easier to look at 75%. But anyway, but the reason I'm bringing it out is to compare and contrast. So what we there now have, could you then just talk us through what we have instead of what we looked at a moment ago?
Certainly. Yes, so starting at the westmost point, we have the junction that is at the bend between Waterford Road, which has come in from the east, and Invererne Road, which comes down from the south. And that is immediately north of the Mossett Road, the former Mossett Road automated barrier level crossing, which is now ceased, removed, and closed up entirely. So then there's two small roughly parallel orange lines, which kind of each shape with a black rectangle across. That's representing where the new bridge will go across the burn of Mossett. And then the grey track follows then the northmost edge of the Inverness to Aberdeen train line from west all the way east or northeast to the edge of the wastewater treatment works.
And could you point out, for the reporter's benefit, please, the level crossing access to the Church of Scotland land, if you can see it on that map?
Yes, certainly. Referring to the wording on the map and also to the lay-by. So you'll see, sir, on the map, there's a new access road lay-by greyed out just to the east of where the bridge is proposed. And to the right of that lay-by, there's some wording that says, I can read it, bullnose curbing.
Yep.
Now the two perpendicular lines that are crossing the railway track there, that is the gated level crossing which serves the Church of Scotland land at the moment.
Okay.
For the avoidance of doubt, the background ordnance survey on this planning drawing shows another level crossing marked, which is, say, between that level crossing and the westmost side of the wastewater treatment works. However, that level crossing does not exist. My understanding is Network Rail closed that level crossing, perhaps many years ago, before even their latest project. Okay. So the only level crossing is the one which I've described next to the edge of Scottish Water's proposed lay-by. And the nursery level crossing that we've referred to is not shown on this drawing. It is the other side of the wastewater treatment works to the northeast.
Thank you. And again, if I could then just go back to the document that I think we're trying to remember, and I think I might have located it for you. You were talking about the Network Rail and the demands of them and their requirements to have the current arrangement cease And I think the document you might have been looking for is document 14. It's on my list, it's got document 14, Annex 6, Annexation 6, letter from Network Rail to Scottish Waterway level crossings dated 2nd October 2017.
That's correct, Mr. O'Carroll. That is the document.
Is that the one you wanted to refer the reporter to?
That was. Thank you.
Yes. If you'd like to just have a quick scan through that if you have it in front of you, and if you're happy that you said everything you wanted to say about it, and then that's fine. I won't ask any more, but we now at least have the reference. But do we see there the temporary access will therefore cease on the 6th of October 2022, stated in the 3rd paragraph?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So just to be absolutely clear then, in terms of the current access to Church of Scotland land, as a result of this proposal, as a result of this proposal, will there be any change to the access they have at the moment?
I do not believe so, because we are not proposing, and it's outside Scottish Water's abilities to close the existing gated level crossing. That will still remain. As I've mentioned, Scottish Water have been prepared and intimated to the Church of Scotland during the negotiations that we are quite willing for them to have the rights, the unrestricted rights that they seek over the distinct strip we're seeking to purchase from them. So on that issue alone, we do not consider that the Church of Scotland is materially disadvantaged. And as I've mentioned, we do feel that the additional benefit that we're offering of them also being able to make use of the new junction, bridge, and access track, should they so wish, for existing use purposes, agricultural purposes, without asking for a contribution to what we would perceive that betterment, is very fair.
You were asked by Mr. Dupaula about increased cost and maintenance, and you responded that there would be a proportionate increase. Is that what you've just been referring to? The proportionate increase would be in relation to any use attached to agricultural existing use in terms of the bridge?
Should they choose to use the access, yes, Scottish Water have offered it to be on a user basis. So obviously, if the Church of Scotland elected not to make use of the new junction, bridge, or track, they wouldn't have a liability. However, if they did, then yes, they would have a small, we believe, proportionate liability, which again we consider is simply fair. And that would be the same. We would expect that obviously we would be paying our fair share of the maintenance costs, which, as I've mentioned, because of our extent of use and size of vehicles, that would be by far the biggest use.
Thank you. If you just pause for a moment, Mr. Wilson, you're my last witness, so I'm going to make quite sure I haven't missed anything out. You just pause me a moment, please.
No problem.
Yep. As I thought, that's been very helpful. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Wilson. Sir, I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Carroll. So that sort of
concludes the
completes.
case of Scottish Water.
Mm.
Much earlier than I thought, but there we have it. That's all the evidence you have, sir, and you had the opportunity to ask all the questions you wish. And that concludes Scottish Water's case.
Yes, thanks very much. Yeah. Mr. Powell, will Mr. Newlands be available later today?
Yes, sir. I believe Mr. Newlands is sitting in at present and would be available to start. Perhaps it's 5 minutes to 12 now. A very quick 5-minute pause, perhaps, just so I can double check he's ready, and then we could perhaps reconvene at 12.
The alternative would be to break for lunch, given that it's that sort of point in the proceedings. I don't know how you feel about that. Break early and back at about 1 o'clock, start the afternoon. Any concerns about that? Or
I have no difficulty with that, sir.
Mr. O'Carroll, do you think that's a good suggestion, or would prefer to carry on?
I'll leave it to you, sir. You're the master of the instance. I'm happy to go with what you prefer.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to have a break now for have lunch. I could start with the Church of Scotland trustees examinations in the afternoon. Start at 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much this morning, and we'll adjourn and reopen at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Hi, Martin. Graham,
Hi,
could you
Graham.
switch your video off for
Yeah,
us?
I've accidentally gone out, I think, of
You're,
pressed the button, but
you're still on the video, so if you switch that off, nobody will be able to see you when you're on your lunch.
right, am I? Okay, because I've got sort of general screen up now, which says WebEx by Cisco with all the details. Sign in. I don't know what I've done. Do I need to rejoin, or you say
No, you're still on the call, so
all right.
still should be a button there for stop video at the along the bottom.
Yeah, so the screen's changed.
Right. If you want to go out and come back in, I'll let you back in at
Right, I found
1
it.
o'clock.
Yeah, I've deleted that screen now, so that's not a problem.
Right.
So I'll
That's fine. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I
Yes,
can't
sir, I
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, good. Right, 1 o'clock, so we'll reopen the inquiry and so to Mr. Paula to run evidence in chief, Mr. Newlands. I'm pleased to see you here. Thank you.
I'm obliged, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Newlands. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon. Can I just ask Mr. Newlands if you have a copy of the precognition statement that you provided to the inquiry before you?
I do, yeah.
You do. Now, you'll be aware that the precognition statements are to be taken as read. So for the purposes of my examination, I'm not going to have to take you directly through the precognition statement itself, but there may be some points where it would be helpful for some further clarification on a number of matters. So I wonder if I could refer you specifically to your precognition statement, Mr. Newlands, and I'm looking at the section 2, which is headed background, and it is the final paragraph in that section, which starts our client's position.
Yes, I see
Can
that.
you see that part okay?
Yes, I can.
And the statement reads, our client's position on requiring unrestricted access rights has been consistent and clear throughout negotiations and was sought in order to avoid detrimental impacts to our client's landholding and its future development opportunities, having regard for Scottish Water's proposals. I wonder for the benefit of the inquiry, if you might be able to elaborate slightly on why you believe that the Church of Scotland General Trustees require unrestricted access rights.
Yes, certainly. When we were approached and looked at this initially and discussed it with the Church's agent, our concern was that the new Scottish Water's proposals were to construct a new access along the southern boundary of the church's land, which crossed which would lie between the remaining church land and the access point. So we were concerned that on a number of counts, one, that in effect we would then have an additional third-party area of land between the remaining land holding and the access. We would have to cross that access at right angles, and to slightly compound that, we would then have to cross the railway line. So if you are taking access, for example, taking access to the church's land, you would need to come across the level crossing, and as you come off the level crossing, immediately cross the Scottish Water access at 90 or so at right angles. So the concern was that that's becoming a more tricky manoeuvre. You're having to come off the railway line and then cross another track. We're also slightly concerned that the proposal of Scottish Water may limit our use of that, the current level crossing, and as I think was referred to earlier, that we thought was confirmed in the letter from Lindsay's in response to our objection. It was document 34, where they state that that is going to be the case. They state that the church should note that their use would be limited in terms of the nature and length of vehicles which could safely navigate the crossing after the works. Which, as I say, reinforced our thoughts there, obviously after the event. But because of those concerns, when we entered into negotiation discussion with, well, initially Savills for Scottish Water, and then more recently with Andrew Wilson, Scottish Water's agent, we had made clear throughout, well, initially we had looked to grant rights of servitude, because it was felt that what Scottish Water required was a servitude right of access, and for the same reasons I've just outlined, it was felt we prefer to retain ownership and grant servitude rights, which we felt would be sufficient for their purposes. When Scottish Water intimated that wouldn't be acceptable to them, whilst we continued to feel it should be adequate, we intimated that whilst the clients were willing to consider the sale, they would wish to retain full and unrestricted rights of access over the proposed track to mitigate these issues. We were also concerned that once Scottish Water's track was built, it may be slightly more complicated to create a new track to the Invererne road, public roadway to the west, which Scottish Water are going on to. At the moment, there isn't anything. If we were wanting to put a road on there, we were concerned. And some of it is trying to future-proof. You don't know what rules there may be in the future. We were slightly concerned that depending on what the rules and regulations for planning and development and SEPA were at the time, a second access may be more difficult to secure and justify. And we were also concerned that, as Scottish Water had confirmed by that point, they weren't building an adoptable standard road. It was just a single track road. If the church had wanted developed of any significance, upgrading that road was likely to need probably widening, junction alignment, these type of things. The land being acquired by Scottish Water wasn't going to be wide enough for that anyway, so we're still going to have to go and talk to the adjoining landowners to get that additional land to do that. So we're still in the same position we are now, but we'd also have to deal with Scottish Water and their access. So we were trying to make sure we dealt with as many of those issues at the outset as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. And we've heard evidence earlier today from one of Scottish Water's witnesses. That was Andrew Wilson, and in his precognition, it's paragraph 31 of his precognition. He makes reference to enhanced rights for the Church of Scotland. In terms of the proposals, do you agree that there would be enhanced rights with Scottish Water's current proposals for the Church of Scotland?
Yeah, I think, sorry, thank you. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Mr. Wilson and I disagreed on that point. I would accept that once constructed for day-to-day access, the new the Scottish Water track will be more convenient, and therefore my suspicion is that the current tenant of the land will likely prefer it. But where my concern was that the access Scottish Water proposing to build it's not an adoptable standard access, it's a single track. If we were ever to try and undertake any development, we would need to upgrade that access. Our view was it would likely be more expensive because we would have to not only accommodate Scottish Water's ongoing access and ensure, which is one of the undertakings we gave, but we were aware that accommodating continual access for Scottish Water would not be necessarily particularly straightforward. And because they're only building a single carriageway road, and for the reason I mentioned before about alignments and visibilities, we were concerned that the cost of upgrading that would likely be more than it would have been if we were simply starting with a greenfield site. And in terms of benefit, I think it was mentioned earlier that we would need to go and talk to the neighbouring providers. Our view was we're still going to have to do that if there's any significant upgrading, because if we had to widen that, for example, to a double lane for the first section or sort of junction alignment, we're still going to have to go and deal with those neighbouring providers to get that additional land to allow that to happen. So we didn't see that it was really putting us in a better position.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Newlands. And just one further question for you at this time, if I may. Do you believe that Scottish Water require title to the Church of Scotland's property?
Well, I'll start by clarifying I'm not a lawyer, but from my experience of these things, and in dealing with estates and property matters for quite some time, no, our view was that they required access, and access can be provided by way of a servitude right. There was a suggestion made to us that they wanted title because they wanted to grant, I think maybe undertaken to grant, access to our neighbours to the east, Christie's, who are beyond, who would be further along, and we confirmed that we had no difficulty with that. We'd be happy to grant, again, servitude rights sufficient for that if that was possible. But not being a lawyer, we also confirmed that if it wasn't possible to do it in that manner, that we would be happy to grant rights direct to Christie's, or the landowner to the east, where that was at the time, to try and accommodate that. So our view was that servitude rights should be sufficient, and that taking title to the land really went beyond what Scottish Water required.
Thank you, Mr. Newlands. I have no further questions for you at this time.
Mr. O'Carroll.
Thank you, sir. As indicated earlier, I'd like to just set out the documents I'll be referring to. If yourself, sir, would like to bring them out, it will save scrapping them later. And the documents I'll be referring to are as follows. They're mostly Church of Scotland documents. I'll read out the numbers and I'll describe them later. So Church of Scotland productions 1, 2, 9, 10, and 12. Production 1 is the title plan, which is otherwise being described as document 58. I think in the latest inventory that is now up to document 61. I think perhaps the Church of Scotland naming is probably the easiest. Church of Scotland document 2 is the email from Athol Newlands to Morag Minier dated the 16th of March 2018. Church of Scotland document 9 is the email from Andrew Wilson to Athol Newlands, this witness, dated the 3rd of May. And Church of Scotland 10 is the revised heads of terms issued by Scottish Water on that date, the 3rd of May, with adjustments which have been tracked. And finally, for the Church of Scotland documents, email from Andrew Wilson to Athol Newlands dated the 29th of January 2020. Production 16 is the report of handling, which is produced further to the planning permission, which is obtained by Scottish Water And I think perhaps for illustrative reasons, it might also be handy, I think we already have it in front of us anyway, document 15.1, which is the access plan appended to, was part of the planning application. So I can just give you a few moments to get those together. We'll save time later on.
Thank you, sir. I believe I've got those open now.
Mr. Seddon, do you have those documents open?
Yes, I've got those ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, let's just start off with the plan to begin with. Actually, no, sorry, I'm going to come to that in a moment. I think we'll go to Church of Scotland document 2, which is document 59, which is the email from you to Mr. Russell at Savills. And the reason I'm going to that first is that I think you haven't named it at all in your recognition, but I think that's what you're referring to at section 2 of your recognition, the background. You start with your introduction at 4, and then you go on to 4.3 by way of introduction, and then further down we then have your background, and then you make reference to significant progress on agreement of heads of terms made initially with Savills. The rights being sought, this flowed following the response from Guy Russell on the 16th of March 2018. So I think what the document I've just taken you to, Church of Scotland 2, is the document you're referring to. Can you confirm that, please?
Yes, I can confirm that's correct.
Now, while we're at this, we've got 4 subjects of acquisition. My clients will accept Scottish Water's insistence that they require title, but on the strict understanding, my clients reserve and or will be granted unrestricted rights over both the land being disponed and those sections, I think it should be, of the access to be created between my client's property and the public roadway, both in respect of access and to install any media services, cables, conduits, or others that may be required to service their own property in any way in the future. My client accept the right to install services are required to be undertaken in a way which causes little convenience and disturbances to Scottish Water as is reasonably possible. So that's what we see was, as at March 2018, what your bargaining terms were when we're considering whether or not you would make over the land voluntarily to Scottish Water, yes?
Yes, that is the basis we were asked to
Yes.
do.
So that you required access you were demanding unrestricted access, as you'd expect, but then also, apart from that, the right to install media services, cables, conduits, and so on. Now, if we can also then just ask you to look at another document. You might not have it ready to hand. It's the statement of case that was produced for you. If you don't have it to hand, it doesn't matter. I can just read out the bit I'm referring to because it's quite brief. Sorry, I don't want to take up any further time with that. Essentially, with the same case that I was trying to take you to, I'll come back to it later, was essentially saying the same thing, but that you required more or less untrammeled access, not only over the land that you are making over to Scottish Water, but also all the other land that would be part of the access arrangements. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we were seeking right access effectively from our client's property westwards to Invererne Road.
Yes. Now, again, I know that you've been involved with negotiations over this for quite some time, and you're very familiar with the background. So you'll also be aware of the other parties that have been part of this particular project. So you'll be aware, for example, that land was acquired from Moray Council as part of this development.
Yes, correct. Yes, that's correct.
And as part of that as well, you'll also be aware that there was a court action was raised in order to obtain some of the former common good land as well. You'd be aware of that?
I would have to say no, I wasn't aware of the court action. We were simply looking after the Church of Scotland's interests in this.
Okay. I'm just investigating on your wider understanding of all the other parties involved. So Moray Council being the custodian of common good land, it required there to be a court action for certain portions to be obtained in order to allow access there or to acquisition there. Okay. You also be aware of the fact that all Tyre estates were involved, and they were, of course, an objector previously at this inquiry. And
Yes.
you're aware of the fact they're no longer an objector because their land has been purchased.
Yes, and they withdrew.
And you're aware of the location of the land that was purchased from them.
My understanding is that it's on the side of the burn, if you like.
Yeah, that's right. Then also you perhaps are aware that land required to be obtained from Network Rail as well.
I actually hadn't appreciated Network Rail had land taken now, but yeah.
And finally, you'll be aware of the fact perhaps that land had to be obtained from Christie Elite, the tenant and the other occupiers at present of land to the east of the wastewater treatment works. You're aware of that?
Yes, that's correct.
So we're dealing with 4 separate other parties apart from Church of Scotland, aren't we?
Sorry, yes, that's correct.
And you're also, to state the blindingly obvious, of course, we're dealing with a public organisation, which is what Scottish Water is.
Yes. I'm aware of that.
Public utility.
Yes.
Which is funded by public money. So would you appreciate that then that Scottish Water would be concerned to ensure that in their business dealings they would apply fairness in their dealings with all parties with whom they deal? Would that be something that would be a fair thing to assume?
Yes, I would agree that would be a fair thing to assume.
Thank you. Now, if we can go to where I was about to take you right at the start before I took you into that correspondence, if you go to what I've got is document 58, it's actually the very first document for Church of Scotland, which is the title plan for it, which has been lodged by you. Now, I've got it on my computer screen. If others are doing the same, I find that 75% reduction works quite well to be able to view the whole thing, but we can see that. Can you confirm that is the area of land owned by Church of Scotland that we're talking about today?
Yes, that is the area I understand belongs to Church of Scotland, yes.
So this is what we're dealing with. And this is what you have at present. Well, when I say you, I'm saying that loosely. I mean you on behalf of your client, Church of Scotland, whom you represent.
Yes, that's my understanding of the extent of the Church of Scotland. Yes.
Thank you. So another witness before you today, Mr. Newlands, has described this as being landlocked, essentially. And I think the reason why that description applies is because we can see that what you have at the moment is one sole access roughly down at the southwest of the site. Is that correct?
Yeah, the access that the church enjoy at the moment is from we've marked it level crossing on that plan.
Absolutely. You're with me. Thank you. So that's the sole means of access at the moment, is via a means of the level crossing coming off the A96, going into the church land there. Other than that, there is land then to the west of it, which is owned by another party, not Church of Scotland, partly by Moray Council, partly now by Scottish Water. And to the east of that, we have other land not owned by Church of Scotland, which is owned by other parties, Scottish Water, and partly by Christie Elite, or certainly by Scottish Water, in any event not owned by Church of Scotland. Yeah?
Yes, that would be my understanding, yes.
And then we can see that the entire site then is bounded by Invererne Road to the west, and then it is also bounded by the Burn of Mosset, running all the way along from its western side, going through across to its northern side.
That's correct, yes.
So in terms of access, all we have at the moment is an unsignaled level crossing down at the bottom of the field. Is that right?
At the current access, yes, that's correct.
I understand that's a gated access to the site over the level crossing.
It is, yes, that's correct.
And it's been clarified for the reporter today that that is one crossing there. The former Bogton Road crossing has now been closed, so that the nearest one going eastwards from where we're looking at there, the only other crossing that exists is the nursery, with the Bogton Nursery crossing, which is further to the east. Is that correct?
That, as far as I understand, I did have a plan from Network Rail recently which showed some other crossings, but I'm not aware that those are still in use. As far as I'm aware, you're correct, the only ones in use would be those two.
And of course, it's the Bogton Nursery crossing that Network Rail are very keen to phase out for reasons that have been discussed. Is that correct?
Again, I haven't been involved in that, but that is my understanding from what I've been told by Scottish Water.
And could you also then confirm for the reporter that the land use at present, the existing use, is for agricultural use only? Is that correct?
It is let to Christie's Elite on an agricultural tenancy, yes.
Thank you. And if we then go by contrast to production 15.1, which is the plan that accompanied the planning application. Do you have that?
Yes, I've got that in front of me.
Sorry, I should have asked you that before. So if we can contrast that with what you would then have on the assumption that the compulsory purchase order was confirmed and the development proceeded, we have the area then encircled at the bottom of that plan. There's two separate plans. The lower part is what I'm concerned with the part that is encircled, the bridge that we can now see. That's over land formerly owned by Moray Council, going across and then moving eastwards. We can see that there's a point there just where it says bullnose curving. That's where the current sole access to Church of Scotland land is. Yeah?
Yes, that would be, yeah, that's about correct, yes.
So instead of that being the sole access, you would then have access from Invererne Road and Waterford Road, where you see that they join in the junction down at the bottom and the bridge is then created.
Yes.
So that would be a safe access, wouldn't it?
Yes, I would agree. It will be a safe access once constructed.
It certainly would be an access that didn't involve crossing over a dual railway line between Aberdeen and Inverness.
Yes, I would accept that.
And if, and it's by no means compulsory, but if Church of Scotland wished to use that as an access, it would therefore benefit from the access that's thereby created with the bridge and the improved haul road, which has been created by virtue of acquisitions from Moray Council, a court action over common good land from Network Rail and Christie Elite. Those other purchases that have been made by Scottish Water would be something that would be to the benefit of Church of Scotland, because without those purchases there would be no access, and that Church of Scotland therefore benefits from those purchases made by Scottish Water. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I accept that if we were wanting to do that, yeah, we would need to acquire those accesses separately. Our concerns were as set out previously.
Right. Let's just go to your concerns then. I'd like to go then to document Church of Scotland 9, which is my own documents, is 66 of mine, Church of Scotland 9, which is the email from Andrew Wilson to you earlier on that date. I've not heard from you in recent weeks. I shared the latest version of the heads of terms with those in Scottish Water who need to grant them internal approval. I must advise they are not prepared to sign off the changes you request in your email of 13th of February below, and in particular not agreeable to your client retaining rights to renew, alter, widen, or upgrade the track, should they ever wish to in the future, nor retaining the ability to lay future services within the extents of the track. Do you see that correspondence there?
So I was just struggling to find that one. Could you, which number was it on the core documents?
Right. So it's
Apologies.
Church of Scotland 9, which I asked you to get out before we started.
Yeah,
That's the
apologies.
email dated the 3rd of May. Do you have that now, Mr. Newlands?
It's just opening. Apologies. I thought I'd opened it, but I must have missed that one. That's, yes, I've got that in front of me now.
And now I've already read out the first paragraph, so I won't read that again, but it goes on to then, and we're going to come to these in a moment, the heads of terms that have been tracked, changes made, and then it says that in the absence of hearing from you positively for the next fortnight, Scottish Water will review its position and might have to use compulsory purchase powers. And indeed, here we are. So the point I'm sure, well, obviously you'd have to agree with me, is that at this particular point, the impasse between Scottish Water and you on behalf of Church of Scotland was that you wanted, but Scottish Water were not willing to give the rights to renew, alter, widen, upgrade, should you ever wish to in the future. Yeah, that's the...
At that point, yes, they had withdrawn that document.
At that point. And indeed, I think it's interesting that term used in your evidence in chief for Mr. De Paula is that you use the term future-proof. So I think then on behalf of your clients, you were trying to protect their position insofar as anything you could possibly think of that might sometime happen somehow in the future. Is that some of it?
So is that myself you're asking that?
Yeah. Yes. So
what we were trying to do was ensure that our client's position wasn't by a Scottish Water proposal. Whilst there is, I acknowledge, and clearly when one looks at it, a more convenient access there for the day-to-day usage. What we were concerned is that the positioning of Scottish Water's access lay between the access point and the remaining land would make that more difficult to use. And if at some future date we were looking to do anything on the Scottish Water land, we would have it's more likely we would have sought to head westwards to Invererne Road and come to terms with those parties. The difficulty we had is we didn't think But we don't believe that Scottish Water's proposal would have helped us there. In fact, we felt they hindered us, because at that point we'd likely need to try and upgrade Scottish Water's access whilst maintaining access for Scottish Water. And our concern was, as I outlined earlier, that we'd still need to go to those other landowners to get agreement from them, because Scottish Water are building the access road they're building. If we needed to widen that, we'd need additional land. So we didn't see that brought us particularly further forward. We didn't see there was betterment in that from that point of view.
Okay. Well, I'm going to try and explore that as best as I can. I've got to say, I must confess, I don't quite follow it, but I'm going to try and go through in stages, and perhaps we can get through it. So what I just showed you is Church of Scotland document 9, which is the email that accompanied the heads of terms. And if I can, just for the sake of completeness, go to Church of Scotland document 10, which is like 67. Now, if you have Church of Scotland document 10 in front of you, you should have heading MCL 2206 Acquisition Report version B. Do you have that?
I do, yes.
And underneath that, then we can see that 14th of February date has been struck out, and that 3rd of May has then been put in. So this is the heads of terms that accompanied the email we just looked at. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Now, we then go down to point 5, which is the access. And this is the point of, obviously this is no longer extant and this no longer exists as a possibility, but at this particular point, this is what was being discussed. And just, I suppose, to cut to the chase, if we then go to at section 5 with the capital letters access, including maintenance provisions, we can see that true to what was said in the correspondence we just looked at, that the last bullet point has the words subject to the seller having the ability to lay services and so on and so forth, all struck out up to the end, up to the word securing. Do you see that?
Yes, that was the adjustment, Mr. Wilson.
Just essentially Scottish Water saying we are not willing to grant you that. But what we do still have, though, is going back up further at point 5. We've got access to what you would have had this been agreeable on that date. Scottish Water will access the lands from adjacent land by way of a new private access to be constructed. And then it says that Scottish Water is prepared to grant the seller, so that would have been Church of Scotland at that stage, would have granted the seller full and unrestricted rights of access over the new bridge and private access it intends to construct on the following basis. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So unrestricted rights of access over the new bridge, again, if you wished it. Because if nothing else, you would still have the right of access that you currently enjoy, which is through the unsignalled level crossing at the south of the site. That's correct, isn't it?
It is correct, to the extent our concern was that that may be restricted, as was pointed out in Lindsay's letter.
But what you've got here, though, already is, and we've also had this in evidence, is that you would have no less enjoyment of access than you have at the moment. You would have no fewer rights of access than you have, because whatever happens in terms of when we look back at the production 1, whatever would happen by way of the track running across what is there present in terms of the level crossing, you would continue to enjoy the same rights of access over the land which you obtained and have passed over. So that would be undiminished, wouldn't it, Mr. Newlands?
Sorry, can I just clarify? Do you mean in terms of the level crossing?
Yes. So in terms of your future proofing, you want to make sure that you're not ended up with anything less than you have at the moment. That's the starting point, and that's fair enough. Okay, you with me?
Correct. Yes, I agree with that.
Right. So what is being discussed here is that you're going to be given the possibility of a new right of access unrestricted rights of access over the new one. But even if we put that to one side, if for some reason you didn't wish to obtain rights over didn't wish to use the access rights over the bridge and approach Church of Scotland land that way, you would still have exactly the same rights of access when taken from its current access, because you'd still have your own rights of access over land which you currently own. That would be unchanged and undiminished. Isn't that the case, Mr. Newlands?
Well, no, we didn't feel that was the case at the time, and as I mentioned, we felt that the letter from Lindsay's of 5th March reinforced our concerns there, and that it stated that, if I can read from it, that the gated level crossing was required to be limited in terms of its nature and length, in terms of the nature and length of vehicles which can safely navigate the route once Scottish Water's proposals have been completed. Now, this was our concern originally, that level crossing access may become less usable following Scottish Water's work, and we were certainly concerned that difficulty crossing the railway and then immediately having to cross a road, so you're having to come off a railway level crossing onto another crossing, was a concern on the existing level crossing.
You're at document 34. Could you direct me to the passage that where in the pages I can find the passage you've just referred to?
Certainly, yes. It's document 34, as you say. It's page 3.
Okay, page 3.
And it is the...
And I see a heading, previous negotiations. Is it a paragraph of 1, 2, or 2, 3 paragraphs above that?
Paragraph immediately above that.
As noted.
1, 2, yeah, and it starts on the 1, 2, 3, 4,
And
5th. If you've got the 5th line down. Yeah, if you've got the 5th line down, it starts about 2/3 of the way across. The church should note that.
Well, again, I think, Mr. Newlands, you're making quite a lot of this letter and that statement there. But what you have at present is agricultural use over that site because it's led to the nursery. Yeah?
It's currently used, yeah, for agricultural.
But even if Christie's Elite ceased their tenancy, the only use that land could be put to would be agricultural use.
Unless planning was secured and access was obtained, yes.
We might come to that. But yeah, in terms of where it is, it could only ever be agricultural use there.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that. Position development land changes over time.
Okay.
I can't comment what the future may hold.
Let's talk about right now. Okay.
It's right now that is agricultural land, yes.
Currently in use for agricultural land, and if Christie Elite no longer existed, it would still be agricultural land. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. It would still be usable.
We'll come on to the future proofing part in a moment. That's what we have at the moment there. So what I was describing to you then was, in view of the heads of terms, and indeed the access part of the heads of terms I took you to have been repeated today, and as you would expect, that in terms of the access that could be taken by Church of Scotland after acquisition would be exactly the same as they have at present, because they would still have the same rights of access, untrammeled, unrestricted rights of access over the current right of access that they have at the moment.
In the level crossing, subject to the restrictions we've talked about, and yeah, and then there'll be the new access to
over the level crossing. But I wasn't suggesting that there was any restrictions at all, because you would, before the CPO, have the right to use the level crossing, such as it is. But then after the CPO and development, you would have precisely the same rights to use the level crossing and to access Church of Scotland land. That would be undiminished, Mr. Newlands.
The right on the level crossing, I would agree, would exist. My concern from a practical perspective, as I've outlined, is we would be crossing a second axis, so practically more difficult. And we were concerned as to whether that may cause us limitations, which, as I say, and I take your point, we're referring to it, but this was confirmed by Scottish Water's own agents.
Well, in terms of what we have there in the heads of terms and what we've seen in terms of the access that would be part and parcel of this acquisition, there would be no practical difficulty over and above what you have at the moment by virtue of using that particular crossing.
So, I mean, well, subject to the comments I made previously, I think practically there may be additional issues to deal with.
Okay.
Because we're going to have to cross an access having come off that railway.
All right, thank you.
Like I said, that was the concern on the basis, one of the bases upon which we asked for those rights.
So we're making, thank you for that. We're making some progress. So we've looked at what the current site looks like for Church of Scotland. We've looked at what it's going to look like in terms of the planning permission granted for it. And I think you've agreed that what you would then have post acquisition, if this happens, you would not only have the same right to approach the Church of Scotland land from its current access using the unsignalled level crossing that's there at the moment, but you'd also have the right to go over a newly constructed bridge and an improved haul road. That's correct, isn't it?
Scottish Water have offered rights over the new haul road, that's correct.
You would have those things. So even if we then disregard the part of the heads of terms that have been crossed out by Scottish Water, by Mr. Wilson, and we leave in the rest, and considering what we've just talked about a moment ago, that incidental to this scheme being proposed, there will be substantial betterment anyway, won't there, Mr. Newlands?
Well, this is where Mr. Wilson and I disagreed in that whilst I would accept that coming across the bridge and to the Church of Scotland's land will be more convenient, and I would also accept is likely safer in that you're not having to cross a level crossing. Our concern was that, as we set out in the objection, that, and as the basis we were asking for these rights, was that if the church were at some point in the future to obtain development, at the moment they could seek to do the same agreements with the neighbours, or indeed go further north where they've got frontage straight onto, as you saw in the plan, Invererne Road and Mossett Burn and Mossett. Or they could have come out this way. They will still have to, if they want to upgrade that track, they'll still have to talk to those neighbours. What they didn't want to be in is a position where they'd also to secure additional rights from Scottish Water. It was felt it was much better to agree all those rights as a package when we were agreeing the terms for the sale. Because if we were to go over this track and try and upgrade this track, we would also have to deal with not only the existing neighbours who you referred to earlier, but also Scottish Water. So as part of the discussion with, mentioned originally Savills, and then more recently Mr. Wilson, those rights were sought to try and, as we saw it, and I will acknowledge Mr. Wilson and I disagreed in this, as we saw it, preserve the church's position.
Okay, I'm going to come on to this future proofing in a moment, but I still just want to, before I do that, I just want to clarify the situation today, or very soon after the new access is produced, if permission is granted. Sorry, if the compulsory purchase order is granted. So as at the current situation, you have one means of access that we've discussed. Post CPO, you will then have two means of access. The second means of access is over the bridge and the improved Fall Road, which you've accepted as more convenient and safer. Okay? We're all agree so far.
Yes.
So what I'm suggesting to you is just by means of that second access alone, Church of Scotland will be in a better position with regard to the use of their site than they currently enjoy. Surely that must be something you can agree with.
Well, as I said a moment ago, I think there will certainly be some better in terms of convenience and safety of the road. It won't, insofar as I can see, facilitate any greater access than we've got at the moment. So they won't be able to do anything with that land, which they currently can't, if you know what I mean. So if that makes sense.
Yes, Church of Scotland won't be able to do, sorry, if I put it my way, Church of Scotland will be able to use the land after the construction just the same way as they could before the construction of the access.
Yes. Further can't use this, yes.
But they will certainly be no worse off, yeah, at present. Yeah.
Other than the concerns we've raised about crossing your
at present. They will be no worse off at present, yeah. Yes.
Well, sorry, but no, I'm saying other than practically we'll have to cross a second road and coming over a level crossing.
Yeah, a safe and convenient road.
Well, yeah, which we've got to cross. Safe and convenient to use, but which we've got to cross.
Okay, now, so that's the current position, but and I said I was coming to this and now I am, but what Church of Scotland are seeking is something quite a bit more than that, and I've now located the statement of case I was trying to bring you to before. Part of it, that is. And if I could ask you to look at your statement, I think you had the statement of case with you before. You had that to hand, I think.
I get it, yeah. Yes. Yep.
And statement of case sets out matters at its highest. And there's the question of future development opportunities. Let me just make sure I've got the right thing. I'm sorry, it's my mistake. I'm just trying to find the actual. I've got it noted to myself. It's in paragraph 4.2, but I can't quite see it. I'll read out what I have noted and see if you can agree with it anyway. Church of Scotland General Trustees seek to reserve and obtain unrestricted access right and a right to upgrade, repair and install services along the proposed track, both over any area purchased from Church of Scotland and any sections between this and the public roadway to the west. Now, does that sound? I think you can agree that that is your position anyway, even if I can't locate it precisely in this statement of case.
Yes, I can certainly recall wording along that lines. Yeah. And I believe that, that it was basically from the Church's land towards Invererne Road. Yes, they were looking to have those rights.
So, again, I took you through the different other parties involved in the current proposal. So the position is that Scottish Water have, at public expense, already obtained land previously owned by the Moray Council, Altair Estates, Christie Leeton and Network Rail. But what you are now seeking effectively, Mr. Newlands, on behalf of your client, what you are now seeking is for those public funds to be used in order to allow Church of Scotland the right to upgrade, repair, and install services across the entirety of that land purchased using public money. In other words, to have a right to enhance access, which they never would have had in the first place, but for the project now promulgated by Scottish Water. That's the sum of it, isn't it?
No, that's an oversimplification. The reason we're looking for rights over the land to the west of our client's land, which would have been the, from my knowledge of it, the common good land. I thought it was all Moray Council and Alter Estate, I believe. And we set out the basis for that in our objection, in that we are concerned that, well, firstly, we're in a slightly different position from those parties, and I can't comment for those parties because I didn't act for them. But looking at the church, they own land where their access goes from the level crossing southwards to the A96. That level crossing, notwithstanding, as we discussed earlier, we'll have to cross this whole road to get to that. It'll be in third-party ownership, and therefore we were concerned that there was some potential loss of rights, and I set out the comments made on behalf of Scottish Water previously. So we were concerned there.
Mr. Llewellyn, sorry, Mr. Llewellyn. You will have the crossover lands, which is then in third-party ownership, but land in third-party ownership over which you will have unrestricted access rights, Mr. Newlands.
But as we've already discussed, having to cross that whole road, and which we haven't been given detail on, but as Lindsay's set out in their letter, which we will have to accept, I think they say, I can't remember the word now, if you get on me, which the church should note will be restricted, will require to be limited, sorry, not restricted, limited in terms of nature and length of vehicles. So we were concerned about that. The other parties don't have that level crossing, so they're not having that potential restriction and potential interference, practical interference with their use. We're further concerned that once the Church of Scotland, sorry, not the Church of Scotland, once Scottish Water construct their access, there is the difficulty at some future date, when we don't know what the CPA planning and other conditions may be, it may be more difficult to get consent for a second access point, which would be an issue at that point. Therefore, it could potentially disadvantage us in a future development. It was therefore felt reasonable that as part of this arrangement, we should get rights to upgrade. And to be fair, what we made clear is we were perfectly happy that all parties should benefit from anything that Church of Scotland did on that, and that would be at Church of Scotland's cost. And the concern was that, far from betterment, it probably would be more expensive to upgrade the access than it would have been to start from afresh. So our view in the discussion we had with Andrew Wilson of Scottish Water was that was reasonable and equitable, and we felt that was possibly reflected by the fact that Andrew Wilson of Scottish Water offered those rights between November and February 18 and 19 before they were withdrawn.
Okay, well, we've heard evidence about prior negotiations, so we don't need to revisit that. But I think the point that you're missing out fundamentally, Mr. Newlands, is that what you're seeking on behalf of Church of Scotland is not something that is going to be afforded to any of the other parties from whom land has been taken. The right to upgrade, repair, install services, which could mean widening the road or improving, digging it up to put down services. None of those rights have been afforded to Altyre Estates, Moray Council, Christie Leet or Network Rail. You alone, Church of Scotland alone, wish to have that benefit across the entirety of the access, which has been created at considerable public expense. Is that not overweening, Mr. Newlands?
Well, no, I mean, the reason for that, as I set out, we're concerned about potential restriction of the existing access, and we are concerned that actually the reality is that any upgrading, widening, and so forth, as you described, would actually require us to go back, because Scottish Water is clearly only seeking to acquire the land required to build the access they are building. If we had to widen that or alter the junction or anything else, we would still need to go back to those parties you mentioned, Alter Estate, Community Council, and obtain additional rights to do that. So we would still need to go and deal with those parties at that point. What we didn't want to do was also to have to add an additional party to it as well, on top of the other costs, by having back to Scottish Water. So this, what we're trying to seek to do is agree terms with Scottish Water at the outset.
Well, what you're seeking, though, is it not actually, Mr. Newland, the very definition of betterment? Because if it weren't for this proposal, then what you're suggesting you're entitled to would never be yours to request in the first place.
What we were trying to do is offset the loss of the land being taken away, and the potential disadvantages that could give. That's what we were trying to do. It's
a tiny, tiny strip of land in agricultural use, which is prone to flooding, and it's in the countryside.
On the prone to flooding, I can't comment. I'm not aware of prone to flooding. I mean, other areas around there have been developed. But this point is, it's a small strip of land that lies between the remainder of our client's land and their access point.
And in terms of what you're suggesting, and what I'm suggesting to you, in fact, amounts to nothing less than betterment. But in terms of what you're suggesting, is the unrestricted access to upgrade, repair, and install services. And in terms of that being offered to you as a result of land being obtained at public expense from other parties, apart from Church of Scotland, have you or have your clients, to your knowledge, taken legal advice to consider to find out whether or not that is in fact lawful for that to be done?
Sorry, I didn't follow. Which part of that was?
I'm asking you, so the premise of the question is this, that you, Church of Scotland, have got a small strip of land that Scottish Water is interested in. Scottish Water's overall project has required a composite access to be obtained from 4 other parties, and I've named them. What is now being suggested in terms of what Church of Scotland say that they ought to be given as part of the acquisition, had it been done voluntarily, I'm suggesting would give them a right over all of that land and would therefore constitute betterment, because they would then benefit from, by virtue of public expenditure, they would then benefit from untrammeled rights of access, not only over their own land as was, but 3 other parcels of land which has been acquired at public expense for them to use as they wish in the way that they've described. Now, given all of that being the position, I then asked you, I'm not asking you to answer a legal question, I asked you a factual question as to whether or not, to your knowledge, have you or your clients taken legal advice to find out whether or not that would even be lawful?
Sorry, right. Yeah, no, not to my knowledge.
Right. So what I think troubles me and my basically provides the source of my questioning is that essentially what you have at present is a limited access opportunity at the south of the site, which is then now about to be changed potentially by virtue of this development, if CPO is granted, which is over a wider section of land in a completely new and improved fashion that you never previously enjoyed any of that new access from the west. So the other more blunt question would be, well, you didn't enjoy all of those rights before, so why on earth should you get them now? Just because Scottish Water require safer and better access to carry out work in the public interest?
The basis of the request was, as I said, we are concerned that our current access may be impacted. I said out reasons for that already. We were concerned that our ability to obtain a separate access to the west may be reduced at some point in the future. So we're trying to protect against that, as any well-advised landowner would. And we are concerned that, while Scottish Water are building an access suitable for their purposes, if we had to try and build an access to the west onto Invererne Road at some point in the future, the obvious thing would be to do, not to duplicate, but to go along there. But looking at it, it was felt that in fact it would be more costly. It wouldn't be any cheaper to do it, more costly. And we do still need to go to those parties if we're going to do that, because we need to widen it and adjust the junction. It would probably be more costly, and we'd still need to go to those parties. It doesn't resolve that for us, so we're not getting any betterment in that sense. It doesn't remove the need to go to the same parties we would have had to do anyway.
Mr. Newlands, if I can approach this in another way, and it relates to your evidence in chief as well, is that it seems to me that your evidence is based upon an assumption that there's ever even any possibility of this site being used for anything other than agricultural use in the future. So I'd like to examine that assumption right now, which seems to underlie what you're saying so far. You address that at section 3 of your recognition under the heading development. Just before I get into that, you've been involved with this site for a long time. Have you visited the site?
I have, yes.
And are you? Do you live in the? Do you live in the area? Do you live in the forest area?
Yeah, I live within 3 miles of forest.
And you're a surveyor?
I am.
And so you're aware then of the flood prevention scheme that Forest has undertaken over?
Yes, we've acted for some of the landowners on that one.
So why do we have flood prevention schemes?
To avoid flooding coming. Well, the scheme in particular was for the there was both the Thinton and the Mossad Burn schemes.
So I was interested earlier on, though, you as a resident of Forest, being a surveyor in the Forest area, not being aware that this site is prone to flooding.
I haven't personally have not seen that site flood.
And it runs alongside the Mossad Burn.
The Mossad Burn scheme stops the water. It's further up that stops. It takes water above the town. The scheme to stop the.
Just going to round off that point. Then I'm going to go to. I'll just take you to document 16 then, just to round it off now that I'm on that topic of flooding. If you have that, please. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Newland?
This is the report of handling.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, sorry, that's open now.
Thank you. Just going to try and take you to the, I think there's a short bit is all I need. Right, sorry. So if you've got it electronically in front of you, it's at page 5 of 8. And I'm only going to take this to you very, very quickly because we've got Mr. Farningham giving evidence, and I don't want to dwell on this too long with you, but it's just one factual issue. If you're at 5 of 8 and you'll see that there's a bold heading drainage and flooding, do you have that, Mr. Newland?
I've got that in front of me, yes.
The point is only this. Given the nature of the proposal and that parts of the site are located within areas of high surface water flooding, CPA Moray flood risk management were consulted in the proposal. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
And CPA objected to the proposal on flood risk grounds. However, they consider removing the objection if and under certain requirements. So do we see, Mr. Newlands, that clearly this is a site that is at risk of flooding?
I can see CPA being concerned on the site that you'll be dealing with, yes. I mean,
and a local authority who you'd expect to know their locale also think that it's a high flood risk area.
Absolutely, yeah, yes. I mean, I don't disagree with that. What we were trying to do is ensure that our rights weren't diminished. It was simply where we were coming from.
Well, I think the point is, though, that what I'm really going to query with you is that rights for what? And if I could then ask that question in a less blunt fashion by asking you please to go to the Church of Scotland documents, which is number 12, which I asked you to bring out the reason. 70 from the
I've got that in front of me now. Email from 20th January.
Let me just check. I've got that. 29th of January. That's the one. Thank you very much. Yeah. So this is Miranda Wilson to you. And I provide you with an extract. And at this stage, it's 2019. We know that the Moray local plan is 2020. And at this stage, prior to a development plan being produced, you have what's known as the main issues report. And I think that's the source of Mr. Wilson's comment to you. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that was correct.
So what he said there in the central paragraph there, the second paragraph, he refers to the main issues report. And I'm not going to read it all out, but essentially he points out that in light of what's being said, and he puts it in brackets in the third paragraph there, which offers little prospect of your client's land being granted planning permission for any alternatives to existing use within the foreseeable future, is the Church of Scotland prepared to withdraw its demands to be given rights to upgrade the proposed new track and bridge and to laning services within it, which have been the principal stumbling blocks to us reaching a negotiated agreement? Well, I have to say that that's a very succinct way of describing everything that we've just talked about for the last hour, Mr. Newland. But that's really the nub of it, isn't it? That when you consider what's been said there, Mr. Wilson is quite correct, isn't he? That there are little prospect of your land that we're talking about being used for any alternative to the current existing use.
And in terms of the proposed local plan, yeah, I agree. It is not in the local plan. It is not zoned for development at all. Our concern, as I said, was to make sure we covered what may happen in the future and to mitigate any disadvantage from the scheme.
Well, this then brings me to another well-known word in this context. So I've already dealt with the big word, which is betterment, and we've had a discussion about that. And then the other big word I'd like to use is speculative, because what you're saying here is basically a product of some kind of corporate imagination, Mr. Newlands. That you can imagine that this flood risk, this piece of land in an area at risk of flood, which is currently in agricultural use, which is in the countryside out with the town settlement boundary, which is landlocked, surrounded by the burn with only one access. The prospect that this could be used for anything other than its existing use is entirely fanciful, is it not, Mr. Newlands?
I can't predict what's going to happen in the future. What we know is that there's been a new bridge across the railway line, so there's not a level crossing anymore. And we were simply, in terms of negotiation with Mr. Wilson, trying to ensure that the rights that we enjoy at the moment are not diminished going forward.
No, I understand that that's your position. But what I'm saying is that we can all imagine all kinds of things in the future, but we have to keep our imagination within bounds, and particularly with a practical matter such as this. What I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Newlands, is that your client's seeking to hold out for rights over land acquired at public expense from 4 other parties is all done in the name of some future development, which is at best fanciful. That's correct, isn't it?
I wouldn't agree with that description. I mean, land further to the west, just along, which was previously zoned the same as our client's land, has been zoned in the, or was certainly intended to be zoned in the current local plan. So, you know, local plans change. It's a 5-yearly cycle. I don't know what the future's going to hold.
If maybe fanciful is slightly pejorative, but what I would suggest to you is that what is being done is what is being held out for is speculative in the extreme, is it not?
Again, I'm not sure I agree with the extreme. There is quite a bit of development changing there. I mean, there's proposal for dueling the N86 going further north again through this floodplain, flood area that you refer to. So the simple answer is I don't know what is going to happen. And as I say, all we are trying to do is ensure that we are in no worse position.
Okay, I hear you, understand. Quite apart from being landlocked and at risk of flooding, it also overlooks the sewage works, doesn't it?
It's to the sewage works are to the east a wee bit, yeah.
It's adjacent to the sewage works. Well, in terms of then things not being fanciful and being merely speculative, could I ask this then? We've agreed then it's certainly not, as has been pointed out by Mr. Wilson, certainly nowhere features in the 2020 local development plan. Can I ask you, as the person used for these kind of land management purposes, did your client, or to your knowledge, have Church of Scotland ever lodged an objection in any local development plan with regard to this particular site?
Not to my knowledge, but I can't say one way or the other.
And you also made reference to, a short while ago, you made reference to the bridge which we have over the A96. And obviously, we all are very well aware of that because, of course, it's the bridge that has been constructed by Network Rail. Is that your understanding? That bridge has been.
I believe it was, yes. It was part of their project.
As I understand it, it was so that they could close their former Mossett road level crossing.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Well, it's exactly for that reason that this new access via the southwest of the site is even possible, and that's why this CPO is even before us, because that is now possible as a result of that. But that's correct, isn't it? I mean, this is an obvious thing. This is something that's well known. It's now A96 west of the site. That's hardly a revelation because that's really the thing that's made this whole access possible from the way that's now being proposed.
I'm not.
Can you hear me, Mr.
Well, you're stopping a bit. I'm not sure I'm following. There was the level crossing before. There is now a bridge, yes, which is certainly, again, from a safety point of view, much better than the level crossing was.
Yes, it is. But what I'd suggest to you, Mr. Newlands, it doesn't assist Church of Scotland in any way with regard to the development potential of their site that we've discussed.
The bridge doesn't, or does? Sorry, I didn't catch you there.
Sorry. The fact that there's now a bridge going over the A96 now means that an access could be taken up going from the Waterford Road going down to Invererne Road, and the way that's now we've seen in the plan accompanying the planning permission. That's all become possible as a result of that. It doesn't in any way enhance the development potential of Church of Scotland's plot because it has none.
At the moment, it isn't in the local plan now.
No, development potential because it has none.
Well, again, I at this moment in time, it's not in the local plan. What's going to happen in the future, I don't know.
Okay. I think also going back, remaining with the theme of speculative notions of future development and why it is that these rights require to be safeguarded in your client's view. You said even if, and if it might assist, but even if we were to, if we're looking again at the plan at production Church of Scotland 1, that in a no scheme world, and supposing in a very bright optimistic future as far as this site is concerned, it was suddenly allocated for some kind of non-agricultural use in the development plan, as odd as that might seem. Even in that scenario, you would still require, Church of Scotland would still require to obtain access off the road, and it would require to build a bridge over Burn of Mosset, and it would require access over other third-party land, would it not?
Yes, at some point, depending on where we took that access, would depend on which.
Yeah. So really, in the absence of this present scheme, again, it would seem highly unlikely that it would be worthwhile at all to undergo that expense of building a bridge, taking third-party, negotiating with third parties in order to access that particular site, given where it is. That also just underscores how unlikely the outcome which you're trying to safeguard is in actually ever going to be.
In terms of development potential, I suspect again, in some of these questions, I'm probably the wrong party here because Alan Farningham is the planning consultant, is much more knowledgeable in those specific issues than I. But looking at it, it would depend to an extent on what was available for development, and because if our client's land was to be developable, for example, it's likely that the common good land and Christie's land may also be developable. So there may be a benefit to all parties. It may be that there's such things as we've done elsewhere get taken forward together. We do have frontage onto the Burn of Mosset. You would need a bridge. In terms of the costs of that, it would very much depend on the extent and type of development you're looking at. There can be cases, we have had it elsewhere, where you could be corrected, the cost would be prohibitive, but it would really depend on the scheme at the time.
I think, really, if we're being absolutely honest, if it weren't for the prospect of there being a new site access brought in over a new bridge at the southwest of the site, it would never be a realistic prospect, would it, Mr. Newlands, to construct a new bridge anywhere on the north of the site in order to gain access to it? Because that would simply never be in contemplation, would it?
Our concern actually is the opposite. Our concern is that Scottish Waters constructing that bridge will make it more complicated because they're not building an adoptable standard bridge. So if we ever were to want to do that in the future, we're going to have to upgrade with the complications I mentioned earlier, whilst maintaining access for Scottish Water.
Yeah. If ever were, and I think that's the rub, really, isn't it? If ever were, but the thing is, it's never going to happen, is it?
Again, I've commented. I suppose firstly, Alan Farning was the planning consultant. It's probably better to comment than I am, but
Well,
these things
Mr.
change.
Newland,
Planning policy changes.
Mr. Newland, I've been forced to ask you these questions because you have a section in your recognition marked development. You make mention of the development plan, and you make it clear that you think that these rights need to be safeguarded for your clients in future because of the potential for development, even though it's agricultural use in a basically landlocked flooded site at present. So that's why I have to ask you these questions. If I can ask you to go back to Church of Scotland document 12, please, which is the one headed up 29th of January 2020. And I'm taking you to another part of that now. And I just want to go to the end, see where we are with that.
Got that in front of me now.
It's actually page 6, internal page 6 of the document. And electronically it's page 6 as well, if that's what you're going from, 6 of 8.
I've got that.
And I've gone to the same document, but I'm going to a slightly different point. And the point I'd like to take you to is the paragraph started, I also reiterated. Do you have that?
I do.
I also reiterated to Moray that Scottish Water was content for the Church to retain full rights of access across a distinct strip of land, which Scottish Water is specifically seeking to acquire from the Church, including allowing the Church to retain rights to upgrade that distinct strip and to install services within it, so long as that would not impede the access rights of Scottish Water, nor the access rights of any other party to whom Scottish Water might also grant rights to in respect of its new bridge and track. Now again, this is a very succinct and comprehensive statement from Mr. Wilson, but that's what you are being offered, and that is what is in prospect, Mr. Newland. I don't understand why the objection could be. It doesn't answer perfectly the question you have in terms of your current rights of access.
No, we didn't consider it did, because what Andrew states there is he was willing to offer those rights over the, if I can read it, distinct strip of land Scottish Water is specifically seeking to acquire from the Church. So those were the rights across the bit of land we're buying from the Church to the level crossing. And well, we discussed previously about our concerns in terms of the impact of the scheme on that level crossing and our use of that.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that answer. I'm looking at the words on the page.
Yes.
And it says, Church to retain rights to upgrade that distinct strip and install all services within it along it, and access rights, full access rights across the distinct strip of land. I don't understand how you can say that even absent a scheme, you'd be left with anything less at present, given that undertaking.
Because if I'm reading this correctly, Andrew Wilson refers to the distinct strip of land which Scottish Water is specifically seeking to acquire from the Church. So when he's talking about the bit of land he's buying, that they are seeking to buy from the Church of Scotland.
Yeah.
And those rights over that bit of land take us to the level crossing. And our concern, as I tried to outline previously, was that we're concerned that using that level crossing will be more problematic going forward.
But how do you know that? Again, it seems to be a certain amount of optimistic clairvoyance, or in this case, pessimistic. I don't understand how that could possibly be an objection, because you're being given exactly what it is you already retain, plus the extra right of access from the south-west.
Well, I can only refer you back to the document 34 from Lindsay's, where they state that our rights of access, which is the same concern we had from the very outset, that those rights would potentially need to be limited.
Well, is that not just really a concern at document 34 about the potential for heavy lorries to, be using the same track at the same time as basically a prudent method of referring to the need to be safe on the roads?
the difficulty I've got is that we don't know. I mean, agricultural machinery, you're talking heavy lorries, but we've been using agricultural machinery, which, as you'll be aware, can be large, long, difficult and slow moving. We were certainly concerned that taking that across the level crossing, if that was needed in the future, which is possible, and then having to cross another track would be problematic. And as I say, they refer to the same concern, being that the church access via the gated level crossing would require to be limited in terms of the nature and length of vehicles which could safely navigate the route. So that was our concern, was to ensure that we agreed terms which preserved the church's rights insofar as we currently enjoyed them, insofar as we could.
And I'm reminded that, in fact, the ironic thing about it all is that particular access that we're talking about that exists at the moment doesn't even get used by Church of Scotland. Is that correct?
At the moment, it isn't regularly used, as far as I understand, and certainly I haven't seen any evidence of being used because, as you know, the current tenant is Christie's, who have got their own crossing, which they tend to use, which they do use, as far as I understand.
I'm now going to the last section of your presentation, section 4, which is head evaluation, and you'll have heard the reporter reiterate just this morning when we started out that matters of compensation are not for this inquiry. So I'm not going to get into that. However, at the very, very last paragraph, you state in your recognition, having regards for the possibility that future works the railway line will require similar access arrangements. I'm just going to pause there. It was just the point that you're mentioning there future access arrangements with Network Rail. Now, there's two issues about that I'd like to put to you. Firstly, you don't know what Network Rail's intentions are, do you?
No, not at all.
No.
Absolutely.
So to that extent, that would be speculative if you thought in the future there might be some problem with regard to the attitude taken by Network Rail. Yeah.
So the attitude.
So to that extent, it would be speculative of you to try and foresee what might be the objections of Network Rail.
What I wasn't referring to, can I just read that paragraph, please, for a second? Sorry, that paragraph wasn't referring to objections from Network Rail. That paragraph was referring to the fact that we have previously let to Network Rail under contractors' rights to occupy land alongside the railway line.
Okay. It's just that it says discussing access arrangements with future works and access arrangements. The other second point I wanted to make, though, or to put to you, was that the dualling of that part of that section of the railway between Aberdeen and Inverness is now complete. So again, this is a non-issue, really, isn't it? Because there will be no further requirement for access arrangements with Network Rail, will they? Because they've already done the dualling.
Well, I mean, if I can comment on that from past experience, I'm busy dealing with Network Rail on another section of the line where we dealt with them. I haven't looked at my file, but certainly no more than 15 years ago, but possibly about 10 years ago, where they did works, and they're back in doing more works. And again, they've taken land from our client for storage, access, and working areas. So I have no way of predicting what may happen in this area, but again, I can only come back to say that any prudent, well-advised client is going to try and ensure that they protect their rights.
Mr. Newlands, I've no doubt that people should protect their rights, particularly when it comes to their property. But what I don't think they can do is to look into the future and expect every possible permutation or possibility, however unlikely, to be protected. And it seems certainly to be the case that that's what Church of Scotland is seeking to achieve.
I can answer that. I mean, my experience is that it's not necessarily that unlikely. We do have Network Rail, as I say, coming back on to clients' lands. to do work because it's more convenient for the contractors to take access to the field adjacent than to try and do that work off the railway line. And we're dealing with exactly that scenario at the moment, further north.
But could I finally put another final point, which is something I have already put, but I could put this, say the same thing, but I've got a different slanted question. So that what I've already suggested to you is that essentially what Church of Scotland is trying to do is to secure betterment by way of access rights at the public expense to a site it currently doesn't have very good access to, in order to achieve an aim which is never likely to materialize, but to try and persuade the reporter that there is potential, however unlikely in the future, for some form of development. So we've already been through all of that a number of times now, but is this also perhaps an attempt by you on behalf of your client to establish some form of development hope value, to use another third planning term? Is this a development hope value that you're seeking to establish?
No, I mean, there would be no purpose. I'm not aware of any purpose why I would try to do that.
That's my answer. Thank you very much, and thank you for your answers, Mr. Newland.
Thank you.
Sir, I finished cross-examining.
Thank you, Mr. O'Carroll. Thank you, Mr. Newlands. I suggest we have a 15-minute break now. A few questions, quite a few points being covered that I was going to ask about, but a few questions when we come back to. If I have a 15-minute break, which 2:35, say, back at 2:40, 14:40. Okay, so if I adjourn now.
Oh, nice round time. 40:45. Would that work?
40:45 is fine.
Great.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Yes, good, thanks. 2:45, so we'll start again. As I said, I had a number of questions, but a lot of points have been covered by the parties. First one, access to the Church of Scotland land is currently available by the private level crossing, as we've heard, and that doesn't appear to be used very frequently at all. Do you know when it was last used, Mr. Newland? So,
I'm afraid I don't, sir, no.
no, okay. So if the Scottish Water Scheme went ahead, is it likely that the use of the bridge access would be minimal in the current circumstances?
My suspicion, sir, would be yes, that would be the case. Christie's Elite are the tenant. I'm not aware of any change to that, so I would imagine they would continue on the current arrangement of taking most access from their own side. I mean, they are obviously one of the parties who will have access over this track, so they may use it themselves as well. Yeah, I think that's probably not. It's not going to increase significantly. So, sorry, just to clarify, thinking about it, I did get a call from the local Church of Scotland factor about 2 weeks ago because he'd gone to have a look at the land and the gate had been locked. Network Rail put a lock on the gate, so we had to get in touch with Network Rail to get a key for that and get that so they could use that.
Okay, thanks. Right, and I've had to change most of my questions a little. You mentioned that in your experience, creating a second access to your land from the north or any other point would be unlikely because of the Roads and Planning Authority position if the new access was in place. Have Church of Scotland had any discussion with the authorities on that specific matter?
No, I mean, I think, and to be clear, I wouldn't like to go as far as say unlikely. What we're concerned about to do is to try and ensure we don't make the position any worse. Our concern simply was that once there is an access, creating a second one could be more problematic. It's next to the burn, you mean another burn crossing, another junction onto the road. So depending where you are taking that, it may restrict that potential in the future. But our concern more is that we don't know what the rules at that point may be, and therefore having this existing access could make that more problematic.
But today there's been no discussion with the authorities on that possibility.
It's not something that's been investigated to date. No.
Thank you. Right, you said widening the bridge would be more costly than a new bridge, but would it actually be more feasible to widen an existing bridge than creating a new road access with a bridge?
Not certain. I suspect it would very much depend on the structure. But in looking at this, when we looked at it, our concern was that whilst Scottish Water are putting in this new access and bridge, if we did have to upgrade that for any purpose, as I mentioned previously, our concern was that not only would we probably need, if that involved widening, we'd probably need to go to those third parties anyway because we'd be going beyond Scottish Water's acquisition. We were also concerned that trying to maintain Scottish Water's access over the existing bridge over the existing route whilst widening and doing all the works would actually be probably more problematic and therefore likely more expensive than if you are starting afresh. And indeed, I think one of the things we looked at is you may actually end up trying to do something alongside.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, on the sort of the development side, we'll have questions for Mr. Farningham. I don't particularly want to repeat anything in terms of asking you further questions. So that's all I have at the moment. Thank you, Stevens. So can't see Mr. De Pavla on my screen. There you are. Yes. Would you like to re-examine Mr. Newlands?
I have no further re-examination of the witness, sir.
Okay, thank you. Well, I think that brings us to the end of matters probably for today. Next would be Mr. Farningham. Is any report on how he's feeling at the moment, or he's likely to be available tomorrow?
Yes, sir. I've had email communication with him today. I have tried to phone him, but his phone was off during our lunch break. He's indicated to me by email that he should be available by tomorrow. I think it's already a matter of knowledge for the inquiry. He's not available until 2 o'clock tomorrow to give evidence. I think we'd made that clearer earlier on, but certainly he should be, to the best of my knowledge, well enough to do that from 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Right. Okay. So that would seem to be the best situation to look to adjourn and then be open at 2 o'clock tomorrow for Mr. Farningham. If for some reason he's still ill, we do still have Thursday available, but hopefully.
I think the omens seem pretty positive, sir. From what's indicated.
Yeah. Anybody got any more points to raise before? Yes, Mr. Connell.
Yes, sir. There is one matter I'd like to raise. I'm disappointed that Mr. Farningham won't be able to appear tomorrow at 10, but I obviously understand the reasons why. And as Mr. Powell has said, it has previously been said that he won't be available until the afternoon. But given that anyway, it seems highly likely that matters will be concluded by tomorrow afternoon, which means we still have Thursday in hand for a full inquiry day when all parties are available. Now, you'll have seen from the correspondence that Mr. Wilson referred to from Network Rail that essentially we're running against the clock here. We have an August 2022 end stop, which we're trying to race towards and try to beat. And I'm very concerned that matters be dealt with as expeditiously as possible. Now, in the ordinary course of events, what would happen is that you would close the inquiry tomorrow, and then Mr. De Paula would be given 14 days, say, to produce his written submissions, and I would be given a further 7 days to respond to them. But given that the evidence is in fairly short compass, and given that there is extensive correspondence before the inquiry, apart from the oral evidence you've heard, sir, with regard to all of the objections and the counters to them, I wonder if it might be a useful and more expeditious way to proceed if we were to give you oral submissions at the end of the inquiry on Thursday, and therefore be able to wrap up the inquiry in full on Thursday. And what I would envisage, though, there wouldn't be, obviously, in the time available, full and comprehensive legal submissions. But what there would be, and capable of being produced, I'm sure, would be at least bullet point headings to address you. And really what you're concerned with is the evidence you've heard in one single day's inquiry to be dealt with then on Thursday, so that we can get matters wrapped up during the course of this present inquiry sitting. I know that those instructed have canvassed that with Mr. De Paula, and I don't know what his present position is, but it has been canvassed with them, and I wonder if he'd be agreeable to that, or indeed, more importantly, would you be agreeable to that, sir? They wouldn't be as comprehensive, but I think, given the evidence, it's something that could be dealt with quite fully anyway.
Yeah, thanks for that. I would be agreeable to that. Mr. De Paolo, I think, would you be agreeable to oral sort of closing submissions?
I think, sir, my preference would be for earlier written ones. I'm aware, obviously, of the 14-day period. I would be happy to provide them a shorter notice period. However, I am in your hands with that. I could certainly have something by the end of the week if it was a written submission. But as I say, I remain in your hands as to how you wish to proceed.
Mm-hmm. I think if it's at all possible, it would be good to complete things on Thursday. There is a lot of written submission for me to look through anyway, and also timescales are pressing, as Scottish Water have mentioned. So, I mean, if we made it sort of Thursday afternoon, maybe 2 o'clock, and then just have a whole sort of closing submissions.
If I could suggest, it might make it even easier if we had some form of a guillotine, and I would undertake to be no longer than 1 hour. If Mr. De Paolo was agreeable to doing the same, then we could certainly have it finished by 4 o'clock.
That be acceptable, Mr. De Paolo?
Yes, that sounds fine to me.
Excellent. So the programme is then 2 o'clock tomorrow, Mr. Farningham. Then Thursday, 2 o'clock, an hour each on closing submissions.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, good. Thanks very much for your attendance today and use of the modern technology. And I'll adjourn now and look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, everybody.